Hey everybody. So tuning into Divine Calm, this version is we're doing a little bit of different aspects of vagal tone. So again, let's visit vagal tone and what does that mean? A lot of times when we go through and have some like health issue or, maybe it's not a health issue, but it's a health annoyance, like, this is going on or that's going on. My shoulder hurts a little bit, or I get a little bit of cramps in my gut when it's the end of the day or after I eat or something like that. Um, we look at it from the point of view of a symptom that needs to be resolved, and then when we resolve it, we're kind of come to this place of like everything's good, right? Most times when we have some sort of symptom, it is a kind of dysregulation that's happened in the nervous system. It's not usually the whole nervous system, but it's like a piece. And there's different aspects or different levels of the nervous system. But the big main part of the nervous system that we address a lot of times when we're trying to resolve some health issue or health annoyance is what you would call the autonomic nervous system, which is then divided into these two pieces. And one is action and activity, and then the other one is rest and repair. Now, action and activity we know very well because it's also tied to fight flight. And we think of fight flight as, a car pulled out and I almost hit it, or there's a creepy guy standing by my car, or somebody said something and I got a little triggered. But fight flight can also just be a state of the nervous system where we become hyper reactive and hyper vigilant, always waiting for the other shoe to drop. And it could be about the outside environment, but also when I get thirsty, when I get hungry, when I have to move my body, when, different things happen, your body can go into this state of hyperactivity or hyperreactivity. Basically, if you boil it down, it goes into survival mode, right? We live a lot of our life in this survival mode, you know. Then we have the other side of the nervous system, which is tied to rest and repair. It's rest, repair. It's also digesting food, like, assimilating and digesting food. It's also healing. And you could also say that's the part of the nervous system that helps us to let go of negative feelings and let go of old traumatic events. And it's also the aspect where we're able to transmute things in our body. Like, say, we have this every time we are in a certain situation, we get into this stress state. It's not even so much about releasing something as it is about being able to change that state. And that ability to change that state is a way of, or you could call it transmutation, right? You're transmuting that state. It's becoming something different. It's becoming something that it didn't used to be, right? And that idea of transmutation is a little bit more of an energetic viewpoint, but it's still, even energetics is tied to the nervous system. Like how well our energy body, our aura, the energetic mold or blueprint, how big it is and how strong it is still tied to this balance between these two sides of the nervous system. And how well our chakras function, this is tied also to the balance between these two aspects. And our ability to bring in light or life force is also tied to this balance of these two parts of the nervous system. And two things that we struggle with. The rest and repair aspect is referred to as vagal tone. And if we don't have good vagal tone, these two parts of the nervous system are doing a push and pull, push and pull, push and pull. So if we lose vagal tone, right? We don't have the same ability to go into rest and repair as we do as we go into survival, hyperreactivity, and hypervigilance. Then we slide over to the survival mode and we can't pull back into rest mode. So what happens is over a period of time, even though we're laying down to go to sleep, we're still in survival mode. We're still in that part of the nervous system that is action and activity. And so then what starts to happen is we begin to degenerate, right? So you could say if we lack vagal tone, right? We are starting to go in a type of degeneration, right? Our ability to regenerate is tied to good, healthy vagal tone. So we're always trying to balance out these two, right? We're not trying to completely diminish the survival aspect because it's tied to action and activity. We just don't want it to be hyper vigilant, hyper reactive. We don't want to be stuck in fight, flight all the time, right? Now, in this, if we're stuck in survival mode, not only does our body degenerate, we begin to generate what you would call body emotions or homeostatic emotion, right? Most of our thoughts begin with a feeling in the body, right? It gets a feeling, and then our mind and our brain has to process it and figure out what it means and establish a value, and then eventually we act on it through a different part of the nervous system, right? But a lot of our emotions that we feel are actually more about our body than just our psyche, right? Eventually, our psyche has to deal with it, but a lot of emotion is body emotion. And the example is if action activity is also fight flight, if you're all of a sudden in a little bit of fight flight, the body goes, okay, we're in fight flight. We need to either fight or we need to run. We might need to freeze and we might need to fawn or what you would call like appease, right? So if we need to fight, let's get angry because you're going to fight much better if you're angry and pissed off than if you're like, it's all good, put up your dukes where it's all good, be it that it's physical, verbal, whatever it is, right? You need to defend yourself verbally. You're going to do it better if you're angry, right? At least from the body's point of view, right? Then, if you need to run, if you need to flee, if you need to get away, you're going to run better. You're going to run faster. You're going to run longer if you're afraid. If you're not afraid, yeah, you'll run, but at some point you're like, oh, I need to sit down. I need to take a nap, or I need to walk for a little bit, right? But if the body goes, I don't feel safe, I don't feel secure, you need to get out of here, it generates an emotion that it then sends to the mind like, hey, I don't feel safe. Get out of here. Right. So think of these emotions as ways of the body trying to communicate with the mind and the brain. Right. We really don't have control over them. They're more a reaction. And some of it is due to conditioning. Right. Then if we need to freeze, right? The body kind of sends up the message of being overwhelmed. Like, I don't know, we need to take in more information. We're not sure. I don't know what to do. I don't know if we should fight. I don't know if we should run. I don't know if we should do something else. So maybe they won't see us. Let's just freeze. Maybe it will resolve itself if we don't do a thing, right? So then we get overwhelmed or we check out a little bit. We maybe dissociate a little bit, right? And so then if we need to appease or fawn, basically change to like fit into a situation or make somebody like us, even though they might be, you know, really mean or threatening us or whatever. If we feel abandoned, we're more likely to shift our our behavior, the way we interact, so that we fit in and we feel okay, right? This is a very extreme example is that when somebody who's kidnapped, they start to have very positive feelings or they fall in love with their kidnapper, right? It's trying to establish some sort of safety and trying to establish like we're going to be okay. It's just a neurological reaction, right? And so these are the emotional things that we understand, but we also have physiological responses in the body. You know, your body allocates certain kinds of energy when you're more dominant in the sympathetic part of the nervous system, which is action and activity. So like if you're in action and activity, the tendency is to like not digest your food very well because you're needing to be active, right? Tendency is to like if you're in fight flight or your adrenals are a bit overactivated, you need to empty out your bowels and you need to empty out your bladder so that you can run better, right? So you're either not going to digest your food or you might have a little bit of loose bowel movement or frequent urination to to empty everything out so that you're ready to run, you're ready to fight, right? And so sometimes we have these symptoms in our body because our body is excessively in that action and activity mode, and we don't have enough of the rest and repair mode, right? We don't have enough of that influence on our physiology, right? And so at first, you could look at it from the point of view is if we want to get rid of a symptom, we then just kind of bring a balance to this part of the nervous system, and then our symptom will reduce, which is usually somewhat true, right? But if you think about it, you know, just like anything, if we spend a lot of time in fight, flight, hyper reactivity, hyper vigilance, yes, eventually we have some symptom, but from the symptom oriented point of view, we go, we just need to resolve the symptom and then we're all good, right? Everything is back to normal. But is it? You know, if you're in hypervigilance and hyperreactivity and you just reduce a symptom, for one, the symptom's gonna pop up again, but your body is degenerating. You're in a degenerative state. You're in a degenerative state physically, emotionally, and it even will be a degenerative state in the mind, right? So we don't want to just reduce a symptom, right? We don't want to just treat a body system. We want to do kind of reverse conditioning, right? We want to get the body to a place where it's relaxed and functioning properly, it's healing, and it's also regenerating. We want the body to go into a regenerative state, right? We want to undo the conditioning. So sometimes it's not just about reducing a symptom, it's about continually kind of moving the body back into this balanced state of the nervous system, but we get into a place where our body can balance and recover and rest and if we get a little bit of an injury or our boss yells at us or something, we might get a little stressed out, but then we're able to go back into just the normal mode again, right? And so this also plays a role in what we call neurological loops, right? When we have like an event where the body doesn't feel safe or it doesn't feel secure or it feels traumatized, you know, we get stuck in these neural loops, right? So normally we'd have an incident and then the body goes, okay, something needs action. I need to be defensive, I need to be protective, I need to do something to resolve this issue. And then once it's done, the body goes into completion mode where it discharges that need to be defensive and the need to be protective and the need to take action. And then from that completion mode, we go into restoration, right? Our nervous system is restored, right? But sometimes what happens is we have an incident, we go into defensive mode, or we get traumatized, or we go into protective mode, and then we get stuck there, right? We don't go into the completion mode even after the event has passed. Even though we have walked away and we're out of that scenario, the body still feels like it's happening. The body is still in defense mode. The body is still in being traumatized or feeling, like it needs to be protective, right? So then, even though we walk away, our body is still in that mode, like we're still in that situation. Once we start to have this happen, it starts to become easier and easier for it to happen again, right? We have these like loops that are running, just like you would have an app on your phone, right, running, and you're not using it, but it's sucking up a bunch of juice, it's sucking up a bunch of data, it's running your battery down, and you have no idea. Like it's doing a bunch of functions that you don't care about, you don't want, you don't need, but it's still doing it. Your body is the old school version of it, right? It's been doing it for years. Right? And so part of what we want to do is we want to bring vagal tone, strengthen vagal tone. We want to bring the body to balance, right? Then we want the body to heal and to regenerate, right? And we want to undo the conditioning of all the time that we were in hypervigilance and hyperreactivity, right? And then a further aspect of this is a thing called vagal anchoring. First, we're just trying to establish vagal tone, but vagal anchoring means that our vagal tone has gotten to this place to where when something happens, we might get stressed out, but then it snaps back kind of quickly on its own. We don't have to sit down and do a therapy session to get ourselves out of this. The body just does it itself, right? So vagal anchoring becomes this kind of resilience that we have. Like if we get injured, our body starts to heal and goes into a deeper state of vagal tone to heal it without really something having to be worked on or a therapy session. We want to be able to bounce back when we need to bounce back. You know, if we get into a situation where our boss has yelled at us, or there's been some incident, right? We might get super stressed out, but then we want to be able to bounce back. Pretty much any situation where we feel traumatized, where we feel upset, it's this too much fight, flight, lack of vagal tone, right? So even though we're balanced and then an incident happens, we go like this, right? Hypervigilance, hyperreactivity, fight, flight, vagal tone goes down. So if we're healthy, even if that happens, boom, we snap right back, right? But what happens is we get stuck and then we walk around to our next situation already in hypervigilance and hyperreactivity, and then something little happens and we get it a little worse and a little worse and a little worse, right? So then as we go through and we do therapy, we keep bringing it back, bringing it back, bringing it back. And even though we're like, hey, we're starting to feel better, we're still a little off balance, right? And then we keep bringing it back, bringing it back, bringing it back. And then we're at balance, but hypervigilance and hyperreactivity, it's still familiar, right? So then any sort of little trigger, we still kind of go into that state. And then we got to kind of keep doing things to bring it back, bring it back, bring it back. And then eventually, at some point, it starts to just kind of go like this. Like it doesn't really get stuck. We don't get that glitch. Yeah, we might get a little stressed out, but then we snap back. Yeah, we got a little upset, and I snapped back. Yeah, I started to feel a little weird, starting to feel scared. I bounced back. Yeah, things didn't go well at work. I bounced back, right? So that's what we're shooting for. And that is something that's way beyond treating a symptom. If we always use a symptom as the the way that we evaluate something, our ability to heal is very short-sighted and it's very superficial. When we use vagal tone as the baseline, then not only do we have the ability to heal, we have the ability to regenerate, and then we have the ability to diminish the effects of the wear and tear, the stress, the trauma, whatever happens in the world. We have the ability to diminish that very, very quickly. We have the ability to undo the conditioning of the years or decades that we've sent or spent in survival mode, right? Think of survival mode as running a marathon. And if you ran a marathon, do you go, okay, knock that one out, knock that marathon out? It's time to run another one. Like I'm going to get a cup of water, I'm going to drink, and then I'm going to go run another marathon. Or do you need time for rest? You need to rest, obviously, right? And what happens when we're in survival mode is we don't rest. And so another way of saying this balance or this hyperreactivity, hypervigilance, and the effects of this on the body, right? This imbalance. Another way of saying that is the aging process. If we're in more vagal tone, we slow the aging process down. If we are in hypervigilance and hyperreactivity for a long period of time, then the aging process is an accelerated process. The body breaks down at a much faster rate. The body degenerates at a much faster rate. And so, not only are we wanting to heal a particular condition, we're wanting to fortify the body, which means also eventually fortifying the emotions and fortifying the mind so we have a better quality of life. And so when we're working this aspect of vagal tone, it's not just like, hey, I'm going to do this because I don't feel good. You could think of it as taking your vitamins and eating your vegetables. Like it's a way of cultivating a quality of life that you can depend on as we go through the years, right? So your ability to bounce back after a serious injury or serious health issue is dependent on how much vagal tone you've had and for how long, and how much we have not been in fight, flight, and survival mode, and um, hypervigilance and hyperreactivity. In the mind, it's intellect and intuition. Intellect is associated with things we've already experienced, things from the past, and it's also tied to the things we've learned, the things we've memorized, preconceived ideas of how to handle situations, like a template of like, if this happens, this is what I'm going to do. That's very intellectual, right? It's still tied to survival, right? Then we have the intuitive part of the mind, which is how we learn, how we grow, how we innovate, how we heal, how we release, and how we transmute. Like our ability to transmute these states is tied to the intuitive mind. So eventually that physical state also reflects in our mental state, right? And so this idea of vagal tone and then eventually vagal anchoring eventually turns into a spiritual practice or a spiritual development, because how we interact with the soul, how we're guided by the soul, is by the intuitive mind, not the intellectual mind, right? Intellect is always dealing with the past, right? Past experiences. If it doesn't know the experience, it like, nope, don't want to do it. Intuition is how we are able to take in guidance and do something new, do something different, do something that is more of the soul rather than of the survival mode of the intellect. So this can continue to go deeper and deeper and deeper in the intuitive mode and deep vagal tone. This is beyond vagal anchoring, is referred to as in the Hindu tradition as Sharanagati, which just means like superconductivity, like you're superconductive to the soul, right? Or to your higher nature, right? So with that, this isn't something that you just do when you don't feel good. This isn't something you just do when you have a symptom. This is something you'll want to do from time to time. Doesn't mean that it has to be a daily practice, but it's something that you do from time to time to just keep improving the quality of your body, the quality of your emotions, and the quality of your mind. You know, like if you look at the idea of trauma, our mind and our body see trauma very differently, right? Our mind sees the trauma and then we go, okay, well, I've walked away and I'm out of that situation. Phew, that person was being a jerk or that was a close call, whatever it is, and then you walk away. The mind goes, I'm safe. The body, stuck in this loop, still thinks that that situation is happening and keeps revisiting and keeps triggering emotional responses and then eventually a mental response, right? The body still thinks that event is still happening because it hasn't completed that loop, right? So then your mind goes, well, I'm done. But then you get triggered and then you go back to that situation. You keep having those memories. You keep getting upset because something similar has happened. And part of it is the body still thinks that's happening, right? So how the body sees it is very different than how the mind sees it. And the mind thinks of the story. The body just looks at it as neurology, right? If that situation still feels it's happening, you're in a dysregulated state, you have poor vagal tone. For that to be resolved, those two have to be balanced, right? So if it still feels like it's happening, if you're still getting triggered, if you still get upset about something, there's a dysregulation. So part of what happens as we go through life, there's always going to be things that make us go, all right, dysregulated, fight, flight, poor vagal tone. And then if we can complete that neural loop, then we go back to here. Because like kind of what happens throughout your day, you might get up and you're like, I'm having breakfast. Oh, I'm having a cup of coffee with my partner, or I'm looking out the window. All is good. Now I got to get in the car and drive, right? If I can calm myself down. Okay. Now I got to go into the store, right? Okay, okay. Maybe I go into another store. It's a nice store. I'm okay. And then somebody pulls out in front of me, all right? Right? I get a weird phone call, all right? I get a bunch of emails that, all right? So we're constantly maybe going into that state, but our ability to snap back is what we're shooting for. Because even when we have like deep like psychological experiences, we go, oh, this is amazing. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. This is such a touching experience. You're like, ah. Then as soon as you walk away and the next situation is not that beautiful experience, right? Right? Because your body wants to keep experiencing that. Your mind wants to keep experiencing that. So your ability to flow through life is your ability to always bring your nervous system back to balance, right? Even when you have a deep spiritual experience, your mind and your emotions are loving the experience. Your body, Mm, eh, if you think about like I had this beautiful meditation. Ah, it's so wonderful. I'm going to do this every day. And then you don't do it again for weeks or months at a time, right? It's because the body eh, had a little bit of a reaction. Your body, until well trained, is resistant to the soul. It's the struggle of the higher nature and the lower nature, right? So by refining vagal tone and calming dysregulation, right, you start to temper the body so it can handle your spiritual experiences. Your spiritual experience might just be connecting with your family, like experiencing love with your children, with your partner, with good quality of life. That can still be a spiritual experience. And so we want to be able to hold on to those. We want to be able to take them deeper, right? Just because they're good doesn't mean they couldn't be better, right? So this idea of a sense of well-being or a sense of happiness is also tied to the vagal tone and diminishing the dysregulation. Any sort of past event, trauma, whatever story is associated with it, if you look at it from the point of view of the body, that's happened. And healing it and letting it go isn't about revisiting the story. It's about just bringing back your nervous system to a place of balance. And if you do that, then the emotions diminish, your mind functions in a different way, and whatever it is actually resolves itself. It might take a little bit, but it will resolve itself. Like you'll like go, well, you know, yeah, it happened, whatever. They're being a jerk. Of course they're a jerk. They're a jerk to everybody. But when you're like this, you're like, they're so abusive. They're so this. They're so that. They're a jerk. Because we're in defense mode, right? So with that, part of what we're doing with like this class and some of the other classes that either we have taught or will be teaching is we're taking the idea of dysregulation and vagal tone and we're kind of mixing matching different aspects of it from different body systems just to establish kind of a way of being, a way of feeling. We're trying to hit like areas that are potential hotspots. In the last like year or two, we did really deep dives on different body systems with diminishing dysregulation and increasing and improving vagal tone. And we did deep dives with the emotions that get generated by the body. But here we're just taking little pieces from some of those past classes and putting it together and, taking it a little deeper and pulling it together in a way that you could just do this maybe if you only did it once a week or, you go a month or two and then you go, you know what, I'm gonna do it really hard for a week and then see how it feels. Like it's a way of doing treatment where you improve the quality of life. You help resolve some symptoms, you help reduce some emotion, you improve the way the mind is working, and you undo the conditioning that's happened from being in survival mode for so long, right? So the very first thing we're going to do is we're going to work vagal tone, and you could call vagal tone the regulator. Like whenever something weird is going on, and you're still feeling it after the fact. It's because the nervous system's not regulated. We just need to regulate the nervous system. We need to balance out the nervous system. We need to be able to bounce back from whatever happened. So the more that you establish vagal tone in the body, and then eventually the vagal anchoring. Like the vagal tone is it's a little nerve that comes out from the base of your skull and then it goes down into your throat. It affects your inner ear, it affects your vocal cords, it goes to the heart, it goes to the lungs and the respiratory tract, it goes down into the digestive system, and then it has an influence on the kidneys, right? It's the only cranial nerve that goes down into the body. All the other nerves in the head stay in the head, the cranial nerves. And so we want to strengthen the tone of this particular nerve because it affects our heart rate, it affects our respiratory tract, it affects our digestive tract and urination to a certain extent. Right? Seems like I wanted to make another point there, and I kind of, anyway, it'll come to me. The thing with vagal tone is especially, I don't know, it's woven into everything that we do. Like all the different classes, vagal tone is always present, right? And so here we're just talking about it directly, but even like next weekend, we're talking about psychic protection, still talking about vagal tone and dysregulation, just through a different lens, right? Last weekend when we did um, angels and the different kinds of stresses, that's still about like taking things out into the external world, but a component of it was still dealing with vagal tone and dysregulation. There's different ways of looking at it. There's different angles. There's different facets to all of these things. And so, anyway, okay, so I wrote just a little bit to give you like a quick reference, but we're looking for either a single oil or a blend. Single oils being benzoin, Cape chamomile, cypriol, marjoram, osmanthus, spike lavender, spikenard, tarragon, tuberose, or vetiver. Blends are vagal tone or vagal tone premium. And this is a little bit of a long pattern, but this is hitting the hot spots that will impact vagal tone. So this is what I'd like you to do. Pick out the oil, get whatever oil you're going to use, and then check in with yourself. How does your body feel? How are your emotions? How's your mind and your thoughts? Okay. Now, you're not inhaling oils yet, but you're reflecting on your week. Reflect on your last week or two. Okay. We're going to do a little bit of an exploration. Before we even do a pattern, before we even inhale, you have your oil ready. But if we think about it from the point of view of survival versus when you rest, do you lay down and stay super focused, or do you let go and you're just like, you're just aware, right? Survival mode is tied to focus, right? Repair mode in healing is tied to awareness, right? So when you're one pointed, you're in more of that survival mode. Good or bad, you're in survival mode, right? You're trying to make something happen. You're trying to get something done. Might not be fight flight, but you're trying to get something done. You're focused, right? So that's a certain part of your nervous system. Then you go into it's resolved, or it's the end of the day, or it's time to rest, and then you slip into awareness, right? So what happens is when we're in fight flight, we kind of stay in that focus mode. And so then when we go to lay down to rest, or it's the end of the day and it's time to rest, what happens is if we can't snap out of that, then we take that focus uh, into a repair mode and we don't really repair. We still kind of repeatedly keep experiencing that. We become a little bit obsessed with something, or we stay fixated on something, like you can't stop thinking about it as you're laying down and resting. You're in still that survival mode, right? So, if you think about like pain, for example, you keep checking in with it, even though, okay, yeah, my hip hurts, but you keep going, yep, it still hurts. Yep, still hurts. Got that sore in my mouth. How many times a minute do you check it with your tongue? Yep, still there, still there, still there. Oh, 30 seconds has gone by. Still there, right? It becomes a fixation, right? So there's the body component of that, and then there's the mind component of that, right? So even how we direct ourselves to different parts of the body, right? We are beginning to shift ourselves out of this neurologically and mentally, right? So we don't want to wrestle with the mind. We don't want to wrestle with the nervous system. We want to kind of work with it in harmony, right? We want to understand its mechanics so that we can just lean on it and guide it to where we want it to go, right? So if you think about it like this, the idea of yin and yang, right? Yin and yang is um, yin being the part of the fight flight repetition. It's tied to form, right? It's tied to survival. And then yang is expansion, it's energy, it's spontaneous movement, right? And so this interplay is really our nervous system. It's the flow of our nervous system, right? Now, this kind of flow between yin and yang produces all phenomena in the universe. It is the creative process, right? However, this is going back and forth, produces something, creates something. It is the creative process, right? So if there is an imbalance, it's still creating something. If it's imbalance, it's creating something, right? It's always creating, right? Now, in this, there are certain laws or rules associated with yin yang. And one of them is when yin or yang, which are always going back and forth, they're always pushing, pulling, pushing, pulling, pushing, pulling, right? When one of them becomes polarized and becomes excessive, it produces the opposite. Like if you go out and run really hard, at some point you have to rest, right? Your body will just shut down, like, ugh, I'm done. I need a nap. Right? So whenever something has become excessive, it produces the opposite, right? So when our mind has become focused, when our mind has become fixated, if somebody just goes, okay, stop thinking about it, stop thinking about an apple, Stop thinking about an apple. Don't think about an apple anymore. Stop thinking about an apple. Don't think about how nice it is. Don't think about how good it tastes when it's cold. Don't think about how nice it is when it's fresh. Whatever it is, don't think of the apple. You're not thinking of an apple. Stop thinking of an apple. Let go of that apple. Let go of that apple. Just let it go. That apple, stop thinking about it. How can you not become obsessed with an apple, right? So part of the thing is if we're in a fixated state and we try to rest and we try to relax, a lot of times we make it worse. We become more fixated. We become more agitated. We become more hyperreactive. We become more hypervigilant. So the idea being that if the mind wants to fixate, then let it fixate, because if it fixates enough, it will produce the opposite, right? If your mind goes, no, I need to think about this really hard, then you go, okay, then think about it really hard. And then at some point it fatigues itself and then it's like, ugh, I'm done, right? So one of the ways of doing this is what we would call body awareness or body listening, right? If you think about like how our body is generating emotions, right? It keeps trying to send a message to the brain, to the mind, like, hey, I feel I have to run. I feel I have to fight. You know, I don't feel safe. Something's going on. If the mind's not listening, the message gets stronger, gets more intense, and gets like faster. Like it keeps sending the message faster, 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 more intense. It's like if you were talking to somebody and they weren't listening and you were having a little bit of a argument or something and you felt like they weren't listening, what happens? You start talking louder, more intensely, and when they try to say something, you try to talk over them like, no, you're not listening to me. The body and the mind can do the same thing, right? So the more that we listen, the more it's like, ah, I feel heard, right? Listening to the body is like your brain going, I hear what you're saying. You're saying you don't feel safe. And the body is like, yes, it's what I've been saying for decades. I don't feel safe. So then, you can make whatever adjustments, right? But the big piece of it is just hearing the messages from the body, right? And so body awareness, body listening is you just become aware of the body and then you focus on a spot. Now it's good if you can to like assess the body, feel something in the body, and then focus on it, right? Because you're still wanting to practice a little bit of awareness. So at first, the tendency is to go, well, I have a bad shoulder. I'm going to go to the bad shoulder. I'm going to go to my bad hip. But we still have these little reactions or micro reactions that might be going on in the environment that we're not processing that information or that reaction, right? So we really want to kind of pay attention to the body, go, okay, where do I feel tension in the body? We're training the body, we're training the mind, we're training the nervous system when we do this practice. It seems very simple, but the effect is very profound, right? It's tied to deeper psychological healing, and it's tied to deeper physical healing, and it's tied to like spiritual practices associated with sustained awareness. Right? So you just spend a moment feeling your body. Where do you feel something in your body? Okay, my hamstrings feel a little tight. My jaws are a little clenched. When I sit with it and check in with the spine, I can feel tension along the muscles of my spine. Okay, there's some weirdness in my big toe. I don't know that I realized it, but the inside of my ears are a little itchy. Like, it's just going to be stuff like that. You're paying attention and you're listening to your body. So just take a moment and listen to your body. You're not needing to do something. You're not trying to resolve something. You're not trying to create a checklist. You're not trying to wonder why is that happening. You're just listening to the body. Where do I feel something? Okay, now pick out a hot spot. There's no right or wrong here. There's just efficiency. And so you want to go to an area where you feel some sort of like tension or agitation or like a little bit of weirdness in your body. And think of it like this, that's tied to some sort of neural loop. And by putting your attention and awareness on that, you potentially are going to complete that loop. And then your body is going to go into a restoration phase in that area, right? So focus on a particular area of your body. Stay focused on it. You're not assessing it. You're not trying to figure out what it means. You're not trying to make it relax. You're just observing it. You're still observing it. Okay. Now let's talk about it for a minute. So you're focusing on a part of your body, right? And you go, okay, the shoulder. I'm going to focus, 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 focus. And then your mind will start to bounce off, right? Now, a lot of times the initial bounce off is you have to keep in mind what you're struggling with is you're in survival mode, right? You're in survival mode. So your mind is constantly thinking in a survival way, right? So you're thinking about your shoulder, your shoulder, your shoulder, and then it's like, wait, I gotta go to the store. I got these errands I gotta do because if I don't, something bad's gonna happen, or I'm not gonna get stuff done or whatever it is. So your mind, out of habit, will bounce off to like a to-do list or things you got to do or something that popped up in your mind that you hadn't really thought about. But, somebody poked you at work or, that person said something or whatever it is, your mind is going to bounce off to that, right? Because it's still in survival mode. If you think about survival mode, it's like if I put my guard down, something bad's going to happen. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. I'm trying to micromanage everything so my world doesn't fall apart, right? It's just some version of that, right? And so we need to be able to do things, but we also need to be able to let it go. And the issue is that we have a lot of times a hard time letting it go, right? So then, even when your mind bounces away, you bring it back to that spot, right? You bring it back to that spot and you stay focused on it. And you'll notice that when the nervous system shifts and when the mind shifts, you'll go, oh, where did I go? Like something happened, like your mind goes quiet. And it's not that you let go of this or stop focusing on it. It almost doesn't exist anymore. Like it's like you kind of spaced out. And your mind didn't think about the things you need to do. Your mind just kind of stopped thinking. You're shifting into awareness. You're shifting into the parasympathetic state. And what happens when our body doesn't feel safe is we have a hard time shifting into that parasympathetic state. If somebody was to come up to you and go, just be still, be aware, like just practice awareness, and you have a hard time doing that, and you go, yeah, but what am I supposed to do? What am I doing with this? What am I going to resolve? Part of that is your body doesn't feel safe, right? So then when you start to go into awareness mode, it's like if I let my guard down, then something's going to happen. I need something to micromanage. I need something to adjust. I need something to target. I need to hold something together. I need to resolve something. It's because on some level, usually from something in the distant past, your your body doesn't feel safe enough to go, oh, I'm going to sit here and think about nothing. Because if you don't feel safe, sitting about nothing seems nuts, right? Because if I put my guard down, something's going to get me, something's going to fall apart, something's going to go wrong. I'm not going to get what I want. I'm not going to get what I need. I'm Something's going to happen, right? So then we don't go into repair mode. So what happens is we just keep degenerating in the body and the emotions and in the mind. So as simple as this act is, when I'm dealing with trauma, people who have had significant trauma issues, in the past or something, this simple act can seem almost too intense sometimes. Like they'll sit and they'll start to do body listening and they're like, I can't do it anymore, right? Because you have to do it little by little when there's been a lot of trauma because your body still doesn't feel safe. So you do a little bit and then you acclimate. And then you do a little bit and then you acclimate, right? So this isn't something that you're just going to rush into, do it a couple of times and go, I'm amazing. I can do this. Like, ugh. It's going to be a little bit of, I feel a little safer. Now acclimate. Now I'm going to go in a little bit deeper and acclimate. Now I'm going to go in a little bit deeper. Now I have to acclimate, right? And then when I'm like, okay, I'm okay here. Let's go a little deeper. Ah, right? You're just little by little going, we don't have to be in survival mode. We can be in rest and repair mode, right? We don't always have to have our guard up. We don't always have to be micromanaging, you know? And so this isn't going to be an all or nothing, or you're going to nail it on the first time. Wherever you're at, you're always going to make a certain level of improvement, and then you'll need to acclimate. And if you look at that flow of yin yang, you expand you contract. You expand, you contract. So you could say the healing process is also the creative process. You're cultivating something. You're trying to create something. You're trying to create a place that you where you feel more stable, where you feel like safer. You're trying to cultivate a quality of life, a sense of well-being. And if you're going to get there, you're going to expand, you're going to contract. You're going to expand, you're going to contract, right? And so the more that we harness these two, the more that we'll create what we want. If we don't harness those, we'll still create something. It will just be crisis and instability and insecurity and the need to protect ourselves and everything's a threat, right? So when we go through and we practice our body awareness, you're focusing on something and then I'm starting to let it go. It's not the deepest level of letting go that you can experience. It's just the deepest you can feel right now. And then you'll let that assimilate, right? We'll acclimate to that. And then when you go back, you're like, oh, I can go a little bit deeper. Oh my God. And then acclimate, acclimate. And then you go back and you go, okay, let's do it again. Oh, I'm getting a little bit deeper. Okay, let's do it again. Okay, wait, I think I fell asleep for a minute, right? If you fall asleep, lean into it. Like you're just trying to relax the nervous system. Really, what you're trying to do is balance the nervous system, right? So sometimes the body awareness, it's a little bit hard to grasp. So when we do mystical tool practices, this is what I have the practitioners do, is they hold up a tool or they hold up their finger, right? So hold up your finger. Now focus on your finger. Just stay focused. Again, you're not trying to make anything happen. You're not trying to do anything. You're just staying super focused on your finger. You're staying focused on your finger. Okay, as you stay focused on your finger, can you feel your body relaxing or can you feel your body tensing? If your body is tensing, you're in survival mode. If your body starts to go, you're starting to shift the nervous system. Okay, what did you notice happened? Did your body tense? Did your body relax? Did you get a little sleepy? Samantha. I think we're going to start losing to Samantha here pretty quick. That was pretty funny to watch. You're like, gonna start slipping on your eye mask, right? So let's do this. Instead of assessing the body right off the bat, we're going to do that again. But the difference is we're going to pull out the oil that we're going to use for vagal tone. So whatever oil you pulled out, you're focused on your finger. And as you focus on your finger, inhale the oil. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths as you focus on your finger. Yeah. I know you'd work that out. So you're inhaling the oil, you're focused on your finger. Inhaling, you're staring at your finger. And then just let it go and be still. Finger up. You're focused on the finger. Begin inhaling the oil as you focus on the finger. And then just let it go. So you can see when we did it by itself, eventually the mind, the nervous system shifts. But when we add the oil facilitates a more rapid shift, a deeper shift, right? It helps the mind shift from intellect to intuition, but it helps the nervous system shift from the action activity, hypervigilance, hyperreactivity to the rest and repair mode, right? Or awareness, right? And so what you're doing is you're shifting the body out of survival mode. That's all you're doing. You're shifting the nervous system out of survival mode. And going back to what I was saying before, when the body is in a loop, it still thinks these old experiences are still happening. Part of it is it's in survival mode. So what you're doing is closing out some of those loops so that the body can go into repair mode, right? So when you do this body awareness, when you're using the oils, right? Part of what you're doing is you're shifting the body out of that state of survival into the state of repair, into healing. And you're also shifting the mind, right? You're also shifting the nervous, or excuse me, the energy system, the energetic system. You're shifting the aura and you're shifting your chakras. You know, the chakras are a byproduct of the play of these two parts of your nervous system. When we're in survival mode, the chakras shrink, right? And they don't absorb and expel quite like they should, right? When we're in vagal tone, when we're in that place of awareness, the chakras increase. They have the ability to absorb, they have the ability to kick off the old, diseased, stagnant energy, and they start spinning faster, right? When we're in vagal tone or we're in awareness mode, the reason the chakras get bigger is we're starting to experience the soul to a higher degree, right? When we're in survival mode, the connection to the soul diminishes, right? We become driven by our primal nature, our lower nature. So the size of the chakras diminishes. And as weird as that sounds, the spinning of the chakras, the back and forth of the chakras actually slows down, right? As the chakras increase, the increases, right? It goes back and forth even faster. And eventually, not only does it go back and forth like this, it starts pumping like this, right? So they become these energy powerhouses. When we are practicing our awareness on the different areas, that's what we're shooting for, is we're shooting from shifting from focus to awareness. So we go, okay, front solar plexus. What we're shooting for is shifting from hypervigilance to awareness, right? Then we go to the back solar plexus, hypervigilance to awareness. So it's not just we're inhaling the oil. Yes, it's helping, but part of what's helping is we're shifting the nervous system. And if we shift the nervous system, we start cultivating something that's long term rather than just an immediate symptom reduction. Right? So let's go through and do the pattern once, then we'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll do it a little bit deeper and a little bit longer. But maybe we take a break first. Yeah. So how about we'll take a break, we'll come back, we'll do a little bit of shares and questions, and then we'll go through and we'll do the practice. So we'll come back at 20 till the hour. Hey, everybody. So if you have shares or questions before we get rolling, you can go ahead and ask. If not, we'll do them again after we do this process.
And you can unmute yourself, you can raise your hand. Someone said when they were doing the finger focus, they said it has light around it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, vagal tone is the stepping stone to clairvoyance, actually. Like when you're in survival mode, you don't really have the ability for clairvoyance. But when you're able to slip into vagal tone and the intuitive mind, it's different levels of clairvoyance. Yeah.
And I fell asleep, so
Yeah.
I'm ready though.
Okay. So you have your oil. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs, on your upper abdomen. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And your front solar plexus, move your awareness to the back solar plexus, that mid back area, that area below your shoulder blades. Okay, just pause for a second. So here with the front and back solar plexus, for one, you're hitting lower emotions, but you're also hitting most of the internal organs. Like those two energy centers are directly affiliated with most of your internal organs, including your diaphragm. So they hit your diaphragm, they hit the internal organs, and they hit lower emotions. Right. So even just doing this first part of doing the front solar plexus and back solar plexus, you'll start to produce a pretty immediate effect. Like you'll start to have pretty direct impact. One of the things with poor vagal tone is we usually have digestive disturbances, right? We have respiratory disturbances, digestive disturbances, and also cardiac disturbances. All of these will produce a different kind of emotion. So from the front and back solar plexus, now we're moving to the lungs. So we're directly impacting the respiratory tract, as it's impacted and affects vagal tone. So your awareness is on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, you're going to move your awareness to the back heart. Your back heart will impact the lungs, will impact the physical heart, and it will also help with the transmutation of lower emotion. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Now you're going to the high heart, an area between the two collarbones, the bottom of your throat and the upper part of your chest there, that little notch. Your awareness is there. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the throat.
sides of the throat, each sides of your neck. I said sides of throat, it should be sides of neck. The back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. the jaw minors, where the jaw hinges in front of the ear. The sides of your head, this area up here, the sides of your head. And then your low back, the back side of your navel. And then pause and be still.
Hmm.
Just being still. We're going to do another round, but we're just going to focus on the front solar plexus and back solar plexus. We're just going to focus on that for a little bit before we do a whole protocol again. Let's see what this does. So again, same oil. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus, the mid back area below your shoulder blades.
Mm.
You're on your back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just pause and let it go. You're pausing and letting it go. Let's do the front solar plexus again. That area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, the mid back area below the shoulder blades. And then just pause and be still. So you are in deeper vagal tone. You've calmed down some of the dysregulation in the nervous system and the drives for survival. Your body is in more of a healing state and a regenerative state. We've only done one cycle through with a little extra work on the solar plexus. There's some little experiments that I'd like to do with the vagal tone. But before we do that, let's maybe open it to shares or questions. You can unmute yourself, you can type in. How you doing?
Glad to see it's not just me.
Yeah.
Someone shared couldn't stay awake
Yeah.
at all. It was fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, even if you walk away from this weekend with just this first protocol, it will do a lot. And we are going to do some experiments to where you can fine tune it to something going on with you. And we might cycle through the whole protocol again, but we'll do some experiments before that. But how about we give you guys a break? We'll come back and see if anybody has questions or shares. And then if not, we'll do some experiments. So we'll come back at 5 after the hour and we'll have a little short session before we break for lunch. So I'll see you in 15 minutes.
I just want to make sure you knew the another share. And for some reason, I still want to eat an apple.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll see you in a
Okay, everybody. Let's come on back and we're going to do a little experiment. We did a little bit of body awareness at the beginning of this segment, but we're going to hit our hot spots. When we have an injury, when we have, say, a liver that maybe is struggling and not functioning well, when we have a sore throat, whatever it might be, part of what's happening there is your body's in a dysregulated state and there's poor vagal tone. Even if it's just temporary, it's still poor vagal tone. So let's unwind some of our compromised areas, be it an injury, a bad back, a bad knee, a surgery site, a liver that's, I don't know why I'm picking on the liver, but whatever it might be. So we're going to do it a few times. So pick a spot, pick one spot. We're going to do one spot at a time. An area where we want to accelerate the healing process, where it might be a little bit slower than normal. This includes things that might be chronic in nature. Okay, so your awareness is on that area. Observe it for a moment. And then begin inhaling with your awareness on that area of the body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. And then pause and be still. Let's pick area number 2. Compromised area number 2. Even if it's not bothering you right now, if it's something that's compromised, we want to continue regeneration and healing in that area. So your awareness is on the compromised area number 2. Begin inhaling. pause and be still. Again, that compromised area number 2. Your awareness is on that area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Now, we have the issues with our body, but when we have difficult situations, when we have stressful situations, past events, people, part of what generates the emotion and makes us upset and has negative thinking is the dysregulation and poor vagal tone. And as much as we want to go through and address the story, for the body, what resolves it is bringing that balance back, right? Calming down the survival mode of dysregulation and then increasing vagal tone, right? So when we look at different situations, part of what happens even when we visit it in our mind, that memory, it's a lot like planning a vacation. Sometimes that can be as therapeutic as going on vacation. So when we go back and revisit the situation, it can bring us right back into the dysregulation and poor vagal tone. And if we have good anchoring, we turn away from it and it snaps back. But if we don't, we visit that, we go into this dysregulated state, and then we take it to whatever other situation we go to. So part of what we're going to do now is we're going to look at a person, a situation, a past event. We're going to inhale and then come back to the body, feel it in the body, and inhale, right? So pick a situation, a person, a past event. You're observing that just like you observe your body. And as you observe that, nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Even if it's something that seems like, it's not that stressful, it's not that upsetting, still demands of producing a result or just the stress of I need to get it done by a certain time, or it's just another thing on your list. It might be causing you stress that you're not aware of. So it's good to visit all kinds of things, not just things that really stick out as negative. Remember, we're trying to shift out of survival mode. So you're visiting a situation. As you observe it, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now let that go. Now come back to your body. Feel it in your body. Where do you feel something in your body? It's not necessarily one of your compromised areas. Where do you feel some tension, some agitation, a heaviness? Where is your mind drawn to in your body? Your awareness is on that area of your body, and take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Again, like say, let's talk this out for a second. Say you have an area in your body, a compromised area where you go, okay, I got an injury. I hurt my back. I fell. I injured my shoulder, whatever it is. So you're looking at the compromised area and you're doing vagal tone there. But remember that there was a traumatic event, right? And so your body, when we have trauma like that, still thinks that situation is happening, and we go into survival mode, or we stay in survival mode, is a better way of saying it, right? So we also want to visit the event, right? So if you go, okay, I fell, I hurt my shoulder, so I've done vagal tone on my shoulder, but now I'm going to the time where I fell, and then I'll come back and I'll feel it in my body. Might not necessarily be the shoulder. It might not, right? So think of it in those terms. Like what situations, what past events has caused me like a conflict with the person, a situation where we didn't meet a deadline or whatever it might be. We met a deadline, but it was super stressful, whatever it could be. So think of the external situation past event or person. You're inhaling as you think of that external situation. And then you're letting it go. Come back to your body. You're paying attention to your body. You're observing your body. Where do you feel it in the body? You're inhaling with your awareness on that area of the body. And then pause and be still. How did that? Okay. How about we'll do shares and questions if you'd like. If not, I get it. You can unmute yourself. You could type in.
Yeah, go ahead, Teresa.
Hey.
Hello. That was great.
Oh, good.
It's interesting for me, like the one situation kind of pulls a thread and a few more people pop in and um it's kind of it was like I want to say this, maybe it's because Oliver's wanting to say hi to you, Greg. Um a dog pile. It was like and then when we went to the body, it kind of moved around a bit.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, sure.
Uh, So it
Yeah.
started in like one place and went to another and it went to another. And then I could feel energy rush back down the backside of my legs to my feet. So I'm assuming that's flushing out something.
It could be. Yeah. Yeah. Like your unwinding like body responses, and a lot of times the from the knee down, especially the feet, are tied to the reactiveness of your body and like the
Mm.
communication through neurotransmitters and things like that. Like if your feet are hot or cold, for example, it will affect the mucous membranes because it sends messages to the mucous membranes of like what the state of the environment is. And
Got
so
it.
there can be a lot of reactivity. So it could be that it's just like shifting that reactivity in the nervous system.
Got it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because I would have held tension there from the situation. It was pretty
Sure.
intense. Okay.
Because even like the hamstrings, like if the
Hmm.
hamstrings are tight, your adrenals are overactivated. Like
Hmm.
who knows? It's the chicken or the egg. Who knows why, which one's first, the adrenals or the hamstrings? But if the hamstrings are really contracted, if you look at the adrenals, they're overactivated. If the adrenals are overactivated, you go, I wonder what's going on with the hamstrings. They're tight, and
Hmm.
it's tied to if we're in constant survival mode, we become in our body like flexor dominant. Like it's why the fetal position feels good. Like sometimes is you're taking
Mm.
all the tension off your flexor muscles.
Yeah.
And so, hamstrings are a good place. Like hamstrings, psoas, diaphragm, sternocleidomastoid in the neck, always good areas to look to see, like it's not so much even like the state of the body now, but just the effects of the conditioning that have happened over a period of time. And so, if you unwind those areas, a lot of
Mm.
times the body's like the state will shift and you will go into deeper levels of vagal tone and relaxation, which is also like recovery, restoration, transmutation, all of those kinds of things.
Sure. Sure. And as you were talking, Shasandra popped in. I know that's good for hydration of the mucous membranes, right?
It's good for, yeah, it helps the body like utilize water. Sometimes even though we're taking in water, our body's not always assimilating the water. And so
Mhm.
it helps with the assimilation And then it helps to moisten and regulate the mucous membranes, be it the digestive tract, respiratory
Mhm.
tract. Also super good for the nerves, and it's good for sleep. And it's not necessarily a sedative, but because of its impact on vagal tone, it does usually improve your sleep and the quality of sleep and regeneration and things like that. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was
You're
great.
welcome.
Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey.
Good morning. I have a question kind of on the process. Okay. I thought it was really good what I did understand. Um, but then you had us kind of go back saying that the body, when it happened, which would be my rib, okay, let's just say when that actually happened, to go back and kind of visit that event because there's trauma around it,
Sure.
right?
Yes.
So I did that, and then I think I did it okay. And then you went to another step. I'm trying to think of um,
So after you visit the situation, just come back and feel it in your body.
that
You know,
was it.
yeah.
That
So your body is having some sort of reaction. It's kind of like how Teresa just said it, like sometimes it kind of bounces around in the body. And, a lot of times that is the nervous system, or it's you're managing some sort of pain. Because if you look at what happens with pain, is we can have several areas in our body that are generating pain, but usually we only feel the primary one, and the primary one will start to override the other areas. So pain will kind of layer. And as you undo the primary pain, you're like, it feels better, but now this hurts. It's always hurting, but your brain just couldn't process it. But it was always sending the signal, right? So then as you start to calm that down, you go, my shoulder feels better, but oh, my knee. Knee was always hurting, but it was lower on the list. So the brain can only process so much. And so even with these kinds of situations, like how Teresa said, it like bounces around the body. There's the parts that we perceive and are able to process, but there's still other like data and information coming in that we don't always process, but the body still has to handle. And so part of the thing is like these old traumatic events, we usually focus on healing the injury, right? But
correct.
so for one, we're trying to bring the body to that place of healing and diminish the dysregulation and the survival mode and help that area get better. But to the body, that traumatic event still feels like it's happening. So
Mhm.
even though we start to go and try to heal it, from the body's perspective, it's like it's waiting for that other shoe to drop. It's like, no, this is going to happen again. It happened yesterday. It happened last week. It happened 5 years ago. It's about to happen again. Like the body is still anticipating that. And then to take it a step further, the brain will magnify pain in an area so that you don't move that compromised area anymore, because the brain is trying to predict, well, that happened once, it's probably going to happen again. So if we make that hurt a little bit more, then you're not going to move it around. You might not go in that situation. Might not put yourself in that situation, right? So if we magnify the pain, you'll stay less mobile so that this area won't get re-injured or, can heal. But usually it's about trying to prevent something. And so when you visit the past event and then you come back to your body, it's like you're completing that neural loop that then the nervous system can go into that phase of restoration where it's just like, okay, yeah, that happened, but we're good. Until our body gets there, you know, we still, from the body point of view, we still think it's happening. And if we had great vagal tone and we had great vagal anchoring, we could get injured and then snap out of it and we'd be good. But the problem is we have all this baggage that we've been dragging around with us of past injuries, past survival mode, lack of vagal tone, whatever. And we got all this stuff, and then we get injured, and it's like, ugh, it's like the straw that broke the camel's back. It's just a little too much. Or the situation was super intense, like an
Yeah. Yeah.
injury, a lot of pain, a crisis, as a while before you could get to the hospital. You were in pain for weeks and weeks at a time because of the injury, any of that will then keep the body in that survival mode, and you're going to be less likely to heal because of that.
Well, when you had us, then now go to the body, it
Mhm.
moved away a bit from where the actual injury occurred, but really not too far. But like on the left side and down below, like kind of between the bottom of your breast and that first rib, right in
Yeah,
there. And
sure.
that's where it stayed. So it didn't really move beyond that. But maybe that's as much as it could give this time. Maybe it's just I have to
Yeah, and
review
there could
this.
be like a secondary little compromise in that area. Maybe it's not pain, but there's like a fascial lesion or there's a little neurological blip in that area. And so, like, if that's the thing that keeps drawing your attention to it, I would keep working it for a little bit.
No, you're exactly right. I did. It took almost 4 or 5 weeks to even see a doctor because he only had 2 appointments. And you're right. He said on that side the cartilage was inflamed on the left, and then maybe
Mhm.
a fracture on the right. So you're
Right.
right. You're spot on. I just didn't know why it kind of got so stuck there. And but
Yeah,
thank
I'll give you another example is like, you know, through the years, I had different specialties. My specialties were usually, I would only do them from, I don't know, 2 to maybe 4 or 5 years. And then I'd move on to a different area. Or, sometimes I was working with psychologists, sometimes I'd work with physicians, it depended, on whatever opportunity was kind of coming my way. And I was just curious about things. And so, part of how I would learn things is instead of reading books, I was like, let's go treat, 5,000 people that have, or, 5,000 sessions for, this kind of condition, right? And so one that I did for a while with a ER doctor, and we were doing a thing for UC San Francisco. And thing we were doing was whiplash, and you've heard me talk about the
you.
whiplash thing, but so here was a thing is there was all different kinds of injuries and depended on if it was they hit something, they got hit from behind, or they got hit from either side. Each of those presented a different kind of injury. And then also like just the weird, like the car rolled or you got hit at an angle or, something like that. So each thing presented its own issues. And so, it wasn't just the neck, it was also sometimes the shoulder. They would start to have digestive issues. Basically, they would go into dysregulation and they would have poor vagal tone because of the car accident. And then some of the car accidents were more traumatic, emotionally and mentally, than some of the others. If you got hit in a parking lot versus, on the freeway, they're going to have different intensities, right? And so it was very common, like when somebody would have a car accident, that like one of the shoulders would start to droop,
Mm.
right? Like it would really start like at first it'd be like this, and then like 6 weeks out, their shoulder would be hanging way lower than normal. And, part of that is the nerve has been compromised a little bit. It's probably either an entrapment or an impingement where there's pressure on the nerve or, something in the vertebrae where it's compressing something and there's not proper nerve flow. So that could be one issue. But a lot of times what had happened is that area would have gotten inflamed, and in that, the muscle balance goes away. And so muscles will work with each other and against each other. And so there's a kind of balance that's there, when we all have proper tone. But like if this gets inflamed, you start to lose some of your muscle tone for a little bit, and just for a little bit. But what happens is the muscles that oppose that will go into contraction, right?
Mm,
Because there's nothing to oppose it, right? So the more that this hangs, the more that the other side would actually go into a contraction. So as much as you would try to treat the injured shoulder, the compromised shoulder, it would bring temporary relief, but it wouldn't necessarily resolve the problem. So the problem was the shoulder. The resolution was to treat the other shoulder. By treating the other shoulder, you took some of the tension out, you relaxed that, so this could start to get some of its tone back and start to oppose the two different muscles. So it seems like kind of weird, like why would you treat something that's not been injured? And it's because of how the injury continues to manifest in the body. There's not just the instance, there's like a continuum manifestation that keeps going deeper and deeper into the body. And so when you get these little weird things like how Teresa was talking about, there's these little reverberations that go through the body, or like you had an area that really wasn't the injured site, but it was kind of near it, but it's because that injury continued to manifest into the body. So you have to start unwinding things that aren't necessarily in that site. It's not the symptom, but you're looking at like how it's manifesting in the body. And so part of body awareness is going, how does my body feel about this injury site? And you go,
mm,
well, the jaws are tight. My spine is tightened up. There's muscles in that area that are maybe not right on the area, but they're agitated. Like I noticed that like mm, my butt won't relax. Like, you start going through the whole thing and you're like, wow, my injury was a lot more than just ouch, you know.
yeah.
And so, part of visiting that old external thing is, for one, you're undoing the trauma from that, because you're undoing the neurological trauma and the imbalance that comes from the injury site. But then as you calm that down, you're able to start being more aware of your body, because now the body can go, okay, that's not happening anymore, right?
Yeah.
And then you start checking in with your body and you're like, yeah, there's a lot more going on in my body than the ouch spot, And so you start looking and you start to realize there's other things going on than just the spot.
Mm. Thank you so much for that explanation.
Yeah,
Um, it, it makes a lot more sense. Thank you.
you're so welcome.
And go ahead, Paulina.
Hey, Paulina.
Hi, everybody. How are you?
Yeah, how are you?
Wow, wow, wow. Now I feel much better because I've been having this constant neck pain for a while. And
Mhm.
now almost like chronic. And I feel like that's where a lot of my tension or pressure is building up.
Sure. Like
Recently,
pain
I also,
generates like fight flight mechanisms in your body. So if you've had pain for any length of time, your body goes into survival mode.
now I feel like I'm floating and the pain low, a lot of neck pain and my lower back. Now I feel like, I'm floating, so I feel so much better.
Good.
I, I thought I have torticollis. I don't know how you say
Yeah.
the name.
Yeah, no,
And now
torticollis.
can I
Yeah.
I can move my neck and it
Mhm.
it cracks, but I feel better. And I
Good.
couldn't do it yesterday.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Yeah, keep unwinding the neck. Are you getting any little like facial like that?
What?
Like you see how my face, like with torticollis, you'll start to get like these little twitches, like where you go like this. Are you getting that at all?
No,
Okay.
no, no,
Yeah, it
not
could
me.
just be like a wrenched neck. It's not like the full torticollis, because torticollis is also autoimmune. Like it will start to affect your immune system, and it becomes an autoimmune issue.
Mm. Okay, because I
Yeah,
feel like
keep
that
an
I
eye
could
on your
move the
immune system.
neck, and I am like using my I have a like a you know to make massage in my neck, but
Mm.
I don't know if it's because I'm sleeping, because I'm very stressed or tension. I don't know, but with this exercise, I feel much better. Thank you so
Good,
much.
good, good, good. Keep doing it. Good.
Thank you so much. I can do it every day.
You can do it every day.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And if somebody has like a shoulder pain, and it's the same, right?
You could do this with everybody. It would impact just about anything. Like, improving vagal tone is the stepping stone to healing any condition, be it physical or psychological. Like, so literally, you could do it for anybody or anything. You might need to do other things as well, but still, this lays a foundation for any sort of healing in the body or in the psyche.
The beginning,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
Okay, thank you.
And go ahead, Katie.
Hey, hey, Katie.
Hi, go. Oh, this was so great.
Oh, good.
Gosh, I haven't like it was really hard to stay awake during this time.
Yeah, that's always a good sign.
It
It's
is.
this class, especially, I mean, a lot of our classes, but um, you know, if you fall asleep, it's actually a good thing, not like, why did you fall asleep? It's like, oh, I fell asleep. It means, you're shifting into that deeper healing and regenerative state. So good for you.
Yeah. Thank you. This was a beautiful angle to get into the nervous system. Um, and part of what's been going on, my hormone, I'm in menopause, but my
Good.
hormones have been really have some challenges with it. And so I'm wondering if are there specific places to breathe in the oils to help with because the hormones
Right.
have like held hostage of my nervous system a bit. Like
Sure.
it's been hard to regulate.
I would say probably the spine and pelvis. Like if you
Okay.
a lot of times the low back, there's the front part of the spine and the low back area is a muscle called the psoas, and it's a hip flexor.
Mm.
And that has a big influence over uh, like the like women's cycles. For men it has influence as well, but it's not just that it would have an influence over the pelvic region, but it would also have an impact on endocrine function as well. And so I would hit the spine, like I'd pay attention to the spine, but I'd still like, check in with the jaws and check in with the low back, especially deep around the spine. And then I would augment that with there's an oil called Vitex, and it helps with regulating um, hormones, especially for women. For men, it does things for the prostate and things like that, but for women, it will help regulate and help you get through some of the symptoms and the difficulties that come with menopause and premenopausal symptoms.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not quick, Like it will take like at least a week or two to really start to have an effect, and it starts to do much better at about 30 to 45 days. But the great thing is you can just take a drop and like rub it into your temples. That's all you gotta do. Like it's not some big involved thing. You can take it internal, but you don't really need to. If you just get it into the skin, it will be helpful, and it usually helps to reduce the menopausal symptoms.
Okay. Great. Excited. Thank you.
You're so
Appreciate.
Sorry, I'm finding the question. Can one area of the body be plagued with poor vagal tone, even if the rest of the body has generally good vagal tone?
Yeah, it's it's kind of like putting cream cheese on a bagel. It's not completely even. There's some high spots and some low spots. Like you might have good vagal tone, like say in your digestive tract, but the respiratory tract is off. Now, a lot of times, like say if we're talking about like your shoulder and your knee, the vagus nerve is not necessarily going to that area, but still it will influence the function of your nervous system. Like if you have an injury or you say you hurt your knee or your hip, basically like when you have that injury, your body starts sending messages to the brain, and what starts to happen is you go into survival mode. So it's not a direct influence, but it's an indirect influence. Like anytime there's injury or pain, your body goes into that fight flight kind of mode, and it's a little bit harder to go into rest and repair mode. And so your hip isn't necessarily being directly influenced by the vagus nerve or fight flight, but because of the pain, through a series of events, you'll lose vagal tone or you'll go into deeper levels of dysregulation. And so I usually don't differentiate that, you know, and go, well, it's not really this, it's really that. But vagal tone is vagal tone. Dysregulation is dysregulation, be it that it's direct or indirect, still going to your shoulder or to your hip or to your ankle or whatever it is that got injured, still will improve vagal tone and will still diminish the dysregulation. And so you can have areas that are impacted or compromised to a higher degree that can cause that effect. And even within the area that the vagus nerve directly touches, you still can have like high and low areas. It's usually not completely even. There's ups and downs throughout, even within a particular system. You might have okay lung function, but your sinuses are maybe a little bit compromised within the respiratory tract. And so even within a particular system, it can have highs and lows. Yeah.
Thank you. Someone shared, I feel very calm and have less pain in the body. My mind isn't fixating on the pain.
Yeah. Usually if you think about, here the person said like, our mind doesn't feel like it's like fixating on the pain. But even the idea of like your mind's chattering or really repetitive, or, you have the monkey mind or whatever, it's more neurological than it is psychological. If you calm down the nervous system, you balance out the nervous system, you'll notice like my mind is quiet, I'm not sleepy, I'm aware, like I could do things, but my mind is not going bop, 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 right? And so um, yeah, the mind can keep getting quieter and quieter, yet you're still like alert and you're still able to do things. You're just taking in information, and you're just in a state of being rather than in a state of survival.
Good
Yeah.
shares and questions, guys.
So, okay, yeah, that was great. So we're gonna break for lunch and we'll come back in an hour and a half. So 2:45 Central Time. We'll come back and we'll play a little bit more with what we just did, some different things, and then we'll jump into the next aspect and explore it, in another area in segment 2. So I'll see you at 2:45.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. And let's start with still picking up where we left off with segment 1. And we're just going to touch the solar plexus and black solar plexus with the same oil that you were using. So let's go ahead and begin inhaling with your awareness on the solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus, that area below the ribs on the upper abdomen. Mm. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on your front solar plexus. Now, move your awareness to the back solar plexus, the mid-back area, below your shoulder blades. Our back solar plexus. Actually, let's just do the whole protocol. So we're just going to do the whole protocol. We only did it once before, so your awareness is on the lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the high heart, the little notch between your two collarbones, the bottom of your throat, or the upper part of your chest. Hmm. The throat, your awareness is on your throat. And then the sides of your neck, each side of your neck over here. And the back of the throat. your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your awareness is on the jaws, the jaw minors, with a hinge in front of the ear. And then the sides of the head, like each side of the head. Hmm. And then the low back, the backside of the navel, known as the Ming Men. Your awareness is there. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause, be still. And then just pause and be still. Okay, we're being still. Now we're going to slide into segment 2, which is the lymphatic system. This is our body's ability to detoxify, to deal with excess fluid, and it can also be associated with fighting off viruses and bacteria. But basically, for this particular process, let's think about it from the point of view of detoxifying the system, right? And so, removal of waste, toxins, inflammatory byproducts, and just excess fluid will help reduce swelling. You know, it's purifying to the tissues and has an impact decongesting the lymph nodes and just, you know, reducing that dull, achy feeling in the body, which we're also going to visit later in the day tomorrow. Anytime the body is achy, there's poor circulation, especially lymphatic circulation. Anytime there's achiness, right? So here you have choices of black spruce, galbanum, helichrysum, sylvester pine, lymphatic, vagal tone, or lymphatic blend. If you don't have those, we can come up with some other choices, but let's shoot for those if you have them. How are you feeling about it? Feeling pretty chill. Good way to wind down the week. Yeah, for the longest time, the vagal tone stuff that we just did was how I would end the week, you know, like going into rest mode. Now I don't have an end of a week. I just have these circles. But still, usually on the weekend, I'll do some vagal tone work.
Someone's wondering, can I use lymph node vagal?
Yeah. Yeah. If you don't have any of the other ones, that would work. You know, we're not going super deep in the lymphatic system. If we were, we'd go through a bunch of different things. But if you don't have the ones that we're talking about, you could use lymph node. vagal tone. Okay, so this we're going to keep actually relatively simple. There's much more involved ways to do this. What's that saying? There's different ways to the top of the mountain. So doesn't necessarily mean there's just one way to treat this. So we're going to do just the body awareness, body listening. So let's go to an area of your body that's compromised. So begin taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. When you're looking at areas in your body that are compromised. Let's just do one spot. Your awareness is there. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. You're doing body awareness. You're inhaling on area number 1. Your compromised number 1 area. And then pause and be still. Let's still work that first compromised area. We're going to do this for a little bit, so you're going to have a chance to address other areas. So let's do one thing at a time. So that first compromised area, you're again taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Okay, you're on your second compromised area. Begin inhaling with your awareness on that second compromised area. Pause and let go. How's this feeling? Wait. Yeah. You just moved your head more and then closed your eyes hard. That's how it makes me feel. Let's do a reenactment. Okay, that's second compromised area. Your awareness is on that area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. and then pause. Now we've hit two areas that are personal to us, that are compromised. Let's do a couple spots that are universal to everybody. One is the abdominal area, the internal organs. It's where the lymph is the most stagnant, right? If we want our digestive tract to function better, part of the issue is getting the lymph to move in the digestive tract to a greater degree. So your awareness is on the area below your ribs, all the way down to your navel, that whole abdominal area. Your awareness is there. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Good ideas. You're still on the abdominal area, the gut. And then pause and be still. How'd that feel? Okay, another area that needs attention that we don't think about it, at least from a lymphatic point of view, we don't think about it, is the spine. You know, we think about it in other ways, but not necessarily from this aspect of moving lymph. So your awareness is on your spine and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're pausing and you're being still. Now, this next piece, we're going to do the materialization breath. And a lot of times we're focusing on areas that need healing to generate light in this area, or it could even be something external. But here we're doing it to generate light, which is movement and the healing process in the lymphatic system. Remember, light equals vagal tone in the body, right? So we're bringing more light or more vagal tone to a particular area, but the materialization breath is basically chin down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale. And this movement of down and up, coupled with the breathing, actually also has an impact on the regulation of cerebral spinal fluid circulation, which is tied to detoxifying the brain and also tied to the movement of lymph within the body. You know, there's two theories. Some say they're not connected, some say they are connected. I'm in the camp where cerebral spinal fluid circulation and lymphatic movement are tied together. And so I find that when we go through and do this, it has an impact, right? So we're going to use the same oil that you've been using. Your bottle is going to go to your chest. Chin down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. That's one. Down, inhale, up, exhale. That's two. Down, inhale, up, three. Down, inhale, up, down, 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 up. Just be still. You're just being still. Again, bottle to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Do them at your own pace. Down, inhale, up, exhale. Do about 8 or 9 more. And then you're just being still. Okay, bottle to your chest, chin down. Let's do 8 or 9 of the materialization breath. Do them at your own pace. And let's just practice body awareness one more time. Go to one of your hot spots, your compromised areas. Your awareness is there, and you're going to take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Just being still. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your thoughts. And let's go ahead and do shares and questions if you feel like it. We can process, see how you did. If you don't feel like it, I get it. it's a relaxing day and healing day. So you could also just stay all cuddled up with your blanket and send me psychic messages.
Go ahead, Laura.
Hey, hey,
Hey, Greg. Um, my
how's this
first,
treating you?
it's great. It's really good. Um, my first question is,
Mhm.
you said that you could actually just do that first two steps of uh solar plexus and back solar plexus on segment one.
Oh yeah. Like you could do that whole thing, even if you just did a little quickie and just did like inhaling with body awareness, because the body awareness is stimulating vagal tone, where you kind of put your awareness on your body and then just kind of focus and let it expand. I mean, it's tied to practices for sustained awareness and like when we do like Lama yoga, it would be a deeper form of that. And so even if you just do that on a regular basis, I mean, I do some form of vagal tone thing almost every day. And the days that I don't, I'm like, should have did it. It might be that I only put some stuff on my feet or on my wrists or something, but I try to do like, I don't make it a big process. I try to do like 10 or 15 minutes a day. And at the end of the day, it makes me sleep better, makes me speak better, obviously. But it makes my body better. Like I recover faster. Like if I overdo it or I kind of strain an old injury site or something, I bounce back much quicker. But I'd also say that things that might be a little bit like upsetting. Like I'll get upset, but then I'm able to shake it off and just go, okay, well, no use
That's
crying
it.
over spilled milk. Where in the old days, it would have taken me a few days. I'd love to say I was so wise that I could walk past it. No, but if I can balance out the nervous system, something that's upsetting, within a short amount of time, like I can let that complete and then go, well, okay, yes, it's upsetting. Nothing I can do about it. Gotta just take the hit and move on. And one of the things I just did that this week where my iPad lost a bunch of information again. And, I sat there and was a little bit upset for a little bit. And then I was like, uptown problems. I'm not running from a cheetah, running for my life. I'm mad that my digital, thing lost some data. Oh, well. And so,
So you started, my question with this was if you put it on, I use Spike Nerd
sure.
for the first segment.
Yeah, yeah.
If and if we're just doing a little bit, the question was going to be putting it on your body. Does that enhance it? And you started
Yes,
saying
it does.
no, and you said your feet, and did you say your wrists?
Feet and wrists, because like the top of your feet and your wrist doesn't have quite the fatty tissue as like on the other side. And so it will go and hit the bloodstream to a much higher degree. Same with the temples, same with behind the ear. And so like if you put it anywhere, it's going to have an impact. But I try to hit a spot where it's going to hit the bloodstream and kind of spread throughout the body. And topical application is a very good way to do vagal tone. Like, inhalation works really well. We can direct it, but lazy man's way is just to slap it on and call it good. And so many times that's how I'll do it. And there's trying to shoot for vagal tone, but then also to like a higher degree, there's trying to cultivate vagal anchoring, which means that that area recovers to a much higher degree. And so, if you don't have good vagal tone, vagal anchoring, it's not going to be a thing too much. But like when the vagal tone really starts to be like, okay, I'm consistently having pretty good vagal tone, then you can go deeper into the vagal anchoring, and it just makes the body more resilient and have a greater ability to go into that restorative phase because vagal anchoring is really starting to hit the prefrontal cortex. Like the more that you are able to establish vagal tone and then go to vagal anchoring, your prefrontal cortex will start to shift, and it's like you hold on to vagal tone to a much greater degree. And I mean, the thing with the vagal anchoring is putting something on topically is just as effective as going through and doing a whole breathing protocol.
Good. Okay, so I've been putting stuff like at night on the bottom of my feet. I should
Sure.
be putting it on the top.
No, you can do both.
Okay. So how do you
Like
know?
the
How do
the thing with the bottom of the feet, like if it was another area, it's like, we're splitting hairs, but it might be a little bit more effective on the inner wrist versus the outer wrist or something like that. But there's a weird exception with the bottom of the feet because the feet really have a big impact on how the nervous system reacts and gets triggered and like neurotransmitter production or reaction. And so putting things on your bottom of your feet, especially things that are deeply relaxing, is a good way to just calm down the whole body, especially anything stress related, like stress response, accumulated stress. You're in the middle of a stress crisis, whatever that is. Putting it on the bottom of the feet is a way to kind of calm your body down very quickly.
good? Okay, segment that's great to know that.
Mhm.
Segment two, I used galbanum, but
Sure.
I had just put heliochrysum on my knee. Is sometimes you've talked about that when you use two different things um, separately, they're vastly different, and put them together and it changes again. Is that okay to did I say that clearly enough?
Yeah. In that particular case, I mean, what you're, remembering is accurate. But I would say in this particular case, even if you mixed them together, those two would enhance each other. And
Perfect.
so especially for this application, you know, um, the galbanum is a good lymphatic decongestant by itself, same with helichrysum, and then putting them together or putting them on separately, they would go deeper because of that. And then going back to the idea of vagal anchoring, you know, um, different single oils are good for different systems, right? Like spikenard or neroli, good for vagal anchoring for the cardiovascular system. And Angelica is very good for vagal anchoring for the digestive tract. And then red myrtle is very good for vagal anchoring for the respiratory tract. Helichrysum is very good for vagal anchoring when it comes to pain. Like, so you nailed it for like the things to do for like your post-surgery and physical therapy and all that. That combination of galbanum and helichrysum, you're nailing it. Yeah.
Well, that was just pure luck.
Yeah.
Um, okay, so and you may have said it, but
Mhm.
um, how do you know you were just talking about going from uh, before you get to anchoring? How do you know when it's time to go into anchoring versus continuing to work on vagal tone?
I would, that's a very good point. I would say that if you're going periods of time where you're not really feeling that you're in fight flight, you're sleeping good, your body is recovering, even though you might have aches and pains, or you might, like you had a surgery and everything, but still your body is staying calm. You're not having times where you're agitated. I mean, you can always keep working vagal tone, which I do, but like I start spending more time with vagal anchoring. And the idea that it's just resilience and restoration, it's true. But I'd say the thing that vagal anchoring also is doing is it's reconditioning the body. Like it's like that idea of that you're in a place to where you bounce back and you're more resilient, is you're undoing the effects of dysregulation, tissue damage, whatever it might be, um, when you really start to target vagal anchoring. And so, like, if you're trying to treat like the respiratory tract, for example, by continually, you're working vagal tone for a while, and you're like, you know what, I'm feeling pretty good. Like, for me, it's like if I work vagal tone and I'm like, I feel good. It makes me relax, but I'm not feeling like, how like right now it's like, oh, it's knocking me out. You get to this point where it's like, yeah, it feels good, but I'm feeling okay. It's like, let's step it up a notch. Because then you start going into reconditioning the body and undoing the years or the decades of the dysregulation so that you're starting to change your physiology. You're starting to change the tissue. And so, it's going to be different from person to person, but I'd say, a couple months of treating vagal tone. Most people could get to where if you did it daily, you could get to where you start focusing on vagal anchoring. If you start doing it too soon, you're not really doing anything wrong. It's just, it's probably not going to be as effective if you hadn't really established good vagal tone prior. And so, if you start a little too early, okay. I mean, it still will improve vagal tone, but you won't quite hit the markers for that vagal anchoring where it's starting to change your physiology. And even with that, the vagal anchoring, it still takes like 30 days or 60 days of treating it where you really start to change your physiology. Because this is the weird thing, is that when we're in survival mode, when we're in that part of our nervous system, as we start to shift and change or heal, that part of your nervous system actually fights the healing process. Like, it's good about maintaining it where it's at. But like when you start to shift the nervous system, you start to shift your physiology, you start to shift the tissue, and it starts to go into a better place. If you don't have good vagal tone, it won't hold. Like, it will kind of hit that part of the nervous system, and that part of the nervous system will push back. And a lot of times you'll notice that, like, I'm just not going to do this anymore, or this isn't, like, you'll come up with like a reason why I'm not doing this, because it almost can be, agitating is not the right word, but agitating-ish. You know what I mean? Like, you'll find that you're not tolerant of doing that process. It's because there's part of your nervous system that's pushing back on it. And so you really kind of want to hit vagal tone. And when you start doing it, it'll be just like, oh, this feels so much better, because it's taking it deeper. It's making your body shift. And if there's any sort of kind of pushback, or you go like, blah, I'm not doing that, and you come up with whatever the reason is, it's because your nervous system is still more dominant in survival mode than it is in the repair and heal mode.
So I've been, I had talked to you about this before. I have been using the Neuropod for vagal tone
Yeah,
for
yeah, great.
all through after surgery and all through that kind of stuff. When are we going to be talking more about vagal anchoring, I would assume, in the future?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Is that something I need at some point soon to start looking into?
Um, I, You know, just based on the last couple conversations that I've had with you, I would say you're probably ready to start doing it. You know, you've been using the vagal anchoring device. You've been doing all the same stuff that helps to cultivate vagal tone. And even though you just had a pretty substantial surgery, you're recovering very good. You're handling physical therapy very well. Like everything's going well and everything's kind of chill. And so I would start doing it. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you
I
very
mean,
much.
if you kind of start going like, I don't know, like you either start to become a little dismissive of it or you know, forget or, you know, like any of those kinds of things, it might just be a little premature.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. And the thing that I would say, Laura, is the helichrysum is also vagal anchoring for the pain mechanisms. So in a way, you're already doing some of it.
Even better. Thank you.
Yeah.
Someone's asking, can Greg repeat the list of great herbs for anchoring pain or gut or pain,
Yeah.
etc.?
So there's a blend called vagal anchoring that was from, what was that from? Applied Angelology, or I think it was in the angelology class.
Yeah.
So I don't know that we put it on the site. Unless you guys ask for it, a lot of times it doesn't end up on the site. Um, so there's that. But then for the respiratory tract, it's a red myrtle. For pain, it's helichrysum. Um, for the digestive tract, it's a little bit of an odd one. You wouldn't really think of it, or at least I wouldn't think of it. But angelica, you know, either root or seed. I've been using root. Um, you know, and again, you're just putting it on the skin, not even following a protocol. Just every day I put, you know, on my wrist or on the top of my feet, behind my ears, like a couple of times a day, I put a few drops of each one of these. Um, for the cardiovascular system, it's either spikenard or neroli. Spikenard is the more cost-effective approach. And then, did I leave one out? I think that was it. Respiratory, digestive.
System.
No, just shooting for the things that directly hit the vagus nerve. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah. So the idea being that you're hitting things that the vagus nerve directly hits. Yeah. Mm,
they said thanks.
yeah. Okay. So how about we'll take a break and then we'll come back and we'll do inflammation. We'll work the aspect of inflammation. So I'll see you at 35 after in about 15 minutes. Hey, hey, everybody, let's come on back. So we're going to work inflammation, and inflammation is tied to the body degenerating and breaking down. And so, you know, there's a little bit of an extension of the lymphatic work, but, you know, one of the things that you could say is whenever there's inflammation, the body is thrown off as far as the nervous system is concerned. So we're going to go through and do some work on inflammation. You have a bunch of single oils: black cumin, Cape chamomile, coriander, dark blue tansy, galbanum, German chamomile, helichrysum, Roman chamomile, milfoil, frankincense, myrrh, vetiver, ginger, wintergreen, yarrow, blends, um, pain relief, inflammatory, black cumin complex, frankincense and myrrh.
And somebody's asking, is pain vagal tone okay to use instead of pain relief inflammatory?
Won't quite hit inflammation. I mean, it would be okay to use for the process, but we're trying to target more of the inflammatory process. So, um, you know, something more associated with inflammation, if possible.
I think we're good.
Okay. Okay. So the thing that I would say about inflammation, at least in this little short thing, is that it's, like I said, it's tied to the body breaking down. When the body is inflamed, the aging process or the degenerative process is accelerated, right? So, again, going back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the day, when the sympathetic nervous system is hypervigilant, reactive, right? When we're in fight flight, the body is breaking down at a faster rate. It's in a degenerative state. And so here we're just trying to slow down this degenerative state. We're trying to reduce inflammation so that it's easier for the body to go into vagal tone or improve vagal tone. And then it's easier for the body to go into a regenerative state, right? So you have one of the oils. And let's just have you start inhaling. Just inhale, not even directing it at a chakra or an area of the body. Just start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Usually, when you calm down inflammation, you also have a calming effect on like the physical emotions. So I'm pretty sure we've made it. Yeah, it's black seed. Thanks. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, you're pausing and you're being still. My rule of thumb is, it's not so much about a localized inflammation like, oh, my thumb's inflamed or my knee's inflamed, but when it's a whole body inflammatory response. But if the body's inflamed, the emotions are inflamed. Even if it's not you getting triggered by something, you just kind of feel not good, or you feel kind of like blah, or a little cranky or something. Like I notice that, like when I'm feeling a little cranky, I'm also a little bit inflamed. Okay, so we're gonna go through and start inhaling. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the front solar plexus. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus. Here on the back solar plexus. Let's just pause and be still with that for a moment. How's that feeling? Does that feel good? Yeah. It's not just soothing to the body, it's also soothing to the emotions. Oh, blue healer could have been in here for the blend. So let's just revisit the front and back solar plexus again. That's always a good spot to hit. One of the areas in your body that's the most impacted area when it comes to inflammation is the internal organs, right? So the front and back solar plexus is a good way to just hit that whole area. So your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on your front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus, the mid back area below your shoulder blades. Okay. From there, let's go down to the navel. Your awareness is on the navel. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the navel. Mhm. Which one are you? Yeah. Now, you're going to move your awareness over to the spleen, which is on the left-hand side below your ribs. Your awareness is on your spleen, left-hand side below your ribs. Feels like it's just calming everything down. Now, you're going to the Ming Min, which is opposite your navel on your low back. Your awareness is on the sixth chakra, where the six organs are. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The bottom of the tailbone. Just pause and be still. Again, front solar plexus, below your ribs, on your upper abdomen. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, the mid back area, below your shoulder blades. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The back solar plexus, nice, long, slow, deep breath. Move your awareness to the navel. Your awareness is on the spleen, left hand side below your ribs. Your low back, the back side of your navel. The sex chakra, where the sex organs are. And the bottom of your tailbone. Just pause and be still. And just letting it incubate. Okay, we're going to do a little bit of an experiment. So the same oil you've been using for this, front solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breath with your awareness on the front solar. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus, that mid back area below your shoulder blades. You're on your back solar plexus, mid back area below your shoulder blades. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. And let's go back to what we used in the first segment for vagal tone. So vagal tone premium, any of those single oils. Benzoin, Cape chamomile, cypriol, marjoram, osmanthus, spike lavender, spikenard, tarragon, tuberose, vetiver, whatever it was. You're inhaling. Your awareness again is on the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on the upper abdomen. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus, that mid back area. And then pause and let go. And let's do the one for inflammation one more time. The one from segment 3. We're just going to do the front and back solar plexus. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your awareness is on the back solar plexus, that mid back area below your shoulder blades. And then pause and be still. Just let it incubate. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your thoughts. And let's go ahead and do shares or questions. You can unmute yourself, you can type in.
Yeah, go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
I have a funny share actually.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so when we were working with the inflammation oil,
Uh-huh.
I had an attachment, like a person that kind of would create just agitation.
Sure.
And all of a sudden, I'm scuba diving in an ocean and with this person, and then a cartoon shark came and gobbled them up and took them away. Um,
That's pretty funny.
yeah, it was kind of weird because I mean, I think it reminded me of big fish eats little fish kind of
Sure,
conversation
sure.
we've had before. It's not what I expected because it wasn't dramatic. It wasn't a big deal. It was just kind of
Right.
like, they're gone. Okay. And it was peaceful. There was no
Right.
drama with it.
Yeah.
So, how does that align with that first protocol?
Well, any time that you improve vagal tone and diminish the survival drives and dysregulation, your body, you just start cleaning house. You release things, you transmute things, and when we come at it from the point of intellect, we feel we have to make something happen. But if you can just keep increasing vagal tone, it'll just start happening. You won't have to, you know, you can search things out and go, I want to work on this. But even if you don't, it'll still just start cleaning things up.
Uh-huh. No, I was,
And like you said, it's not, it doesn't do it like in a dramatic way. It's just kind of like, oh well, yeah, I guess I'm done with that. Or which kind of sounds like that's what that was. Is just like,
yeah,
oh look, the cartoon shark ate him up. Oh well.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was looking for drama and like
Right.
blood, and
Right.
it
Yeah.
was nothing, and I
Right.
wasn't even focused on that.
Right. Another good point is it just starts cleaning house.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, no
so
joke. Oh,
that was a good one. Loved
yeah.
it.
Yeah, good.
Thank you.
You saw.
And go ahead, Katie.
Yay, Katie.
Hi. Um, it's so funny. One of the oils, I got a nosebleed from, um, especially the inflammation one, and I'm wondering if that
From
is,
inhaling the oil, you got a nosebleed?
yeah.
Do you get nosebleeds very often?
Not that I've never had it with oils before, ever.
Huh.
Um, but I did
Which
have
oil did you use?
it was the pain one, and but I had a migraine this morning, and I wonder if that's part of it, maybe. But it was so
Yeah.
strange. I stopped the oil and I switched to another one, and then it stopped.
Okay. Huh. Um, yeah, I wouldn't think that the oil would do that, especially those. Those are all very anti-inflammatory. I mean, there
Yeah.
are some of them in that inflammatory blend that would actually you would use to stop bleeding, the
Mm,
opposite. And so maybe the migraine made you a little predisposed. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. But you feel okay now. Like everything's okay right now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It
Yeah.
was just unusual. That's just a
Yeah,
different.
it is
Yeah.
weird. I'm not sure what exactly happened there, but
My body's weird sometimes. It's okay.
yeah,
Just.
you and me both. Yeah.
Um, one more little short share was
Sure.
at the end when we were in the solar plexus. I just before we wrapped up, I had this image, or I went back to this memory where um I was watching the OJ when he was chasing in the car,
Oh
you
yeah.
know, and
Yeah.
I was just I
The
just
white
like
Bronco.
yeah, the white
Yep.
Bronco. Yeah, the
Yep.
Bronco. And like, I remember just looking at the TV and like, it just must have went to my solar plexus. And it was just so funny. It's like, wow, look at that. Like, it was just a funny memory
No.
to have it go
Seems
right
like a
into my solar
lifetime ago,
plexus.
doesn't it? Yeah.
What'd you say?
Seems like a lifetime ago. Yeah.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was just a fun share. Thank you.
Yeah.
Someone is asking, I'm unclear about the difference between working on vagal tone and on anchoring vagal tone. Is it a difference of having reached a particular level of vagal tone
Yes.
in order to be able to move on to anchoring?
Yeah. Like it's a deeper level of vagal tone. Yeah.
Are they a different process?
They can be, but a lot of times you just keep going at vagal tone, and it will happen over a period of time. The vagal anchoring, when you start targeting that, there are oils that are a little bit more specific to that, and there is some slightly different processes. A very simple way of doing it is actually targeting your temples because you're hitting your prefrontal cortex. And a big part of vagal anchoring is the prefrontal cortex. Like it shifts your prefrontal cortex. So, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Kat.
Hey,
I didn't actually, I
Me
didn't
too.
actually mean to unmute myself. Hi.
Mhm.
Nothing much to say except I'm very soothed.
Yeah, good. Good, good.
Yeah, thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Sarah.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi, Greg. Hi, everyone.
Hey, how are you
Uh,
doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah, this was really interesting today. I definitely got that whole blank brain experience at certain
Yes,
points
yes.
because I found myself sitting there going, Greg, can you say something? Because I don't know where we are or what we're doing. So that was good. That was all
Yeah,
good.
very good.
I wonder if I'm being too technical or overviewy about this, but I found myself making a list of things that could create neurological loops, given what I do with work.
Sure.
And I just got this image of like this massive map and the loops being part of it, and it going into other dimensions and um probably doesn't even matter really with this approach, but I'm just
Yeah,
curious.
I'd say anything that, like, if the more that we're in dysregulation, the more that we're in hypervigilance and hyperreactivity, the greater the potential for a loop. And there's events that could cause it, but also the more that the nervous system goes into that mode, the greater the potential, regardless of what happened. And so it could be just simply overstimulation or a prolonged period of time where you're under stress,
Mm,
so not even necessarily an event. It can just be, your nervous system has been in a stress state for a period of time and you kind of just reach a threshold or a breaking point. And so, of course, traumas
mm.
and perceived traumas and things like that. Um, but just wear and tear, can do it.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I had two experiences this week. One was the ex,
Oh,
which was
okay.
17 years of
Yeah.
um
Yeah.
alchemy, alchemical kind of conditioning, sent me a weird photo. And then I had somebody, seems to be a new form of scamming because I'm writing a book. And so somebody wrote to me and said, Hey, let me look at your book. I'm a famous author, blah, blah, blah. And it's like I got that creepy feeling,
Yeah,
once the
sure.
email came in. And so I figured it all out. And I just find it really interesting. Like with that, it was just like, oh, it's a creepy feeling. So I was able to put it in a bucket and go,
Yeah.
oh, that's
Creepy
okay.
feeling. Creepy feeling could do it.
Yeah.
Especially if you get really creeped out or you don't feel safe or, you know,
Mm,
feel vulnerable, like that definitely could do it. Um, I had a friend who a person was just acting odd and it sent some weird messages, nothing
Mm-hmm.
threatening,
Mm-hmm.
but some weird messages. And she just got like really kind of weirded out by it. And she got stuck in a loop. And, there was no big threat, but there was things that were implied. And,
Right.
you know, I had to talk her through a process a little bit, and then she kind of snapped out of it. And then a day or two later, she was like, I don't know what happened. She goes, I usually don't have stuff like that happen, but she was dealing with somebody that she thought was a little bit crazy. And
Yeah.
it was just this weird threat. And it was more like implied than really a threat being made. And boom, there you go. She got into a loop. And she got out of it very quick, but
Yeah.
still it happened. And so I would say any time um that we're pushed to the extreme in our nervous system or our nervous system's already there,
Mm.
so it can be even like an overstimulation. And especially the more that we don't have good vagal tone or vagal anchoring, then we have a harder time pulling out of it. And
Right.
so, all kinds of things could put us there, you know? Yeah.
Okay, fascinating. Thanks. And
Yeah.
then the two areas that I was working, how you said to go area one or compromised thing, whatever it was, one and two. One was the ankle and the other was my neck and jaw.
Mhm.
And weirdly, it was like a seesaw situation. So I don't know if there's
Like
it
one
was,
would get better and one would get worse, or
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. And then they kind of evened out. And it also happened with my low back because I went into because I've got that wedge scenario.
Mhm.
I think it's got a lot better actually. But it was like I worked on one area of my back and then I literally felt the pain in the other area of my back. So it was swinging from side to side, which was pretty interesting.
Yeah, like sometimes like when you have the hip and the shoulder are like opposing each other, like they
Hmm.
like that.
Yeah.
Then there's like opposing rotations as well.
Right.
Like I think one of the things to maybe do sometimes is just to start maybe at the spine and like
Okay.
work your way out. It's a tougher pattern to unwind because there is so much like opposition and the alignments of the body. And so like sometimes if you go to the center and just start working your way out, or you could start like on the sides and work your way in, like either way.
Oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Sometimes it
Yeah.
feels like chasing the dragon, you know what I mean? It's like
Yes,
it's all over the
exactly.
place.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, that's super helpful. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And someone wants clarity for the oils for that segment 3. Is the pain relief inflammatory blend the same as Greg's original pain relief blend?
No, there's a whole series of pain relief. There's pain relief neuropathic. There's a whole series of them. And because there's different kinds of pain. So that one, the inflammatory, is all a bunch of things that are about pain as it's associated with being like super inflamed, super swollen, and things like that. And so,
And they're asking, does pain relief work here?
no, it's not. That one's not really that anti-inflammatory. Yeah, yeah, we're looking for things that are anti-inflammatory. Yeah. Yeah, that original pain relief, which we still use. It's actually later in this class we're gonna have a potential of using it. It's more for lymphatic stagnation and pain response. Yeah.
And someone said, looking forward to the recordings because I just keep falling asleep.
Yeah. So
Good day today, guys. Good questions, good shares.
Yeah, so we will start tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Central Time, and we will be starting with energetic stagnation. So going through and diminishing um, uh, energetic, stagnation, which is another way of saying dysregulation. So we'll be going after dysregulation, but more from an energetic perspective. So yeah, we'll hit the ground running tomorrow morning.